Whoa, hi, hey everybody, hi everyone, how are you doing today? Where am I? Who am I? Get this box off my face. There it is. Hey everyone. Glad you're having fun. What? Lemmy? Oh, that's fun from Lemmy, I like it. I hope you're all having a great day. Hi, Rob. What do I got? That's fine. There, for my own sake. There. Hope y'all having a good day. I woke up a little gross and tired because I think I'm getting gallstones or something. I don't know, but last night, horribly ill. Just the worst. Worst achiness to feeling to then nausea. It was the worst. Hopefully, I gotta try. Hopefully, adjusting my diet, see how that helps. Eating less. For now, I'm at least gonna try eating less red meat and fatty food, and see from there. But so yeah, if I seem a little off of it today, it's because I was up late, is sick, unable to sleep well until when I did sleep, I fell asleep on basically a couch chair, kind of a uncomfy couch, because I wanted to be able to get to the bathroom in case of another problem. But yeah, I hope everyone's had. But besides that, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, it's cleared up since last night. I think part of it also is I kind of was overeating even a little bit then. What was it? Control L? Get rid of that transition. That's terrible. Scene transition. Whatever. Okay, let's see. But hey, we're finally here. We're finally 8 out of 9 endings. Almost everybody has had their piece to say. Everybody's gotten their secret. Almost everyone's got most of their secrets out. We've got our robot friends, do our clone pals, our mass suicides, clone reveals, a lot of weirdness has happened. And it seems that, probably, just by the fact of it, I don't think I'd imagine Phi is last. Just by virtue of, there's no one else left. There's nowhere else left to go but to her. And hey, what do we know? Well, and so that means we have to go all the way back here and find out, and finally confront Dio once again for planting a bunch of explosives around the base, around the facility. And the Kaiman, or Spider-Man, or Batman, or Phi-Man, Newman from Seinfeld.
Huh?
And you don't need to search one person, because Dio did it. Dio fucking did it. I know he did it.
How can you... There's no way.
We've been over... Again, Phi, we've been over the fact that we can just know things. Shortly after the mutual time travel enforced double betrayal, where we both realized that we were traveling through time, and it was a whole mess of a bootstrap paradox caused by different perspectives of who was going through timelines in different ways. I don't want to go back to thinking about it. It messes me up every time. The fact that in theory we could have just hit ally and been fine the whole time. But hey, Dio, you're a fucking bomber. You're a piece of shit.
Come on, what is this? Are you high?
Achievement unlocked. Who set up us the bomb? Part A. Hey, hang on. Let me just check something. Wasn't? Oh, that's funny. The first achievement for confronting Dio for planting the bombs was who set up us the bomb. Part 1, and this one is Part A. That's fun. I like that. That's funny. I love just like the Futurama. Sorry, hey Kay, hold him down.
Well,
it's on him. Promise.
Sigma.
We all know
You're
it.
doing this all backwards. Ugh.
Oh, this feels kind of familiar, but whatever. It's fine. Hey, let's just search
Nice
you.
try. That's some bullshit totalitarian logic. I don't think so.
Whatever, they copy and paste the dialogue a little bit here. It's fine, because at least at this time it'll be different because we
Who are
know
you
that
basing
where
this
the
on?
bombs are. At least we're
What
two
do you
two
know
of them
except the
are.
bombs? Just spit it out.
Because I know about the Myrmidons.
Mirmo. What? I beg your pardon?
No. How do you know that, Sigma?
That's all I know about Free the Soul and
What the hell
Brother.
are you talking about?
I do love this confrontation though of Dio just absolutely screwing up as much as possible.
Who the fuck do you think you are? None of that has anything to do with me. I don't know who the Myrmidons are.
I don't know who they
I don't know
are.
what Free the Soul is, and I certainly don't know anything about some old fart called Brother.
Nobody said that a brother was a person or an old person. Didn't say they were people. I love that.
Wait, so he's left? But that means he's a terrorist.
A terrorist? Oh dear.
Alright, now Tenmyoji, I want you to carefully not kick the detonator out of his hands away from 6 miles away from him this time, okay?
Well, looks like I won't be able to talk my way out of this one. Seriously, though, when did we get so famous? The Myrmidons aren't supposed to be something anybody knows about, let alone you two jokers. Okay, you got me. Yes, I'm the leader of the Myrmidons.
Yep, there you are, Mr. D10.
My real name is Left. I was sent here to stop Zero Senior's AB plan. That's why I planted the bombs.
There's always a girl in the lighthouse on Notre Dame in Nevada. There's always bracelets. You will know.
If it looked like the plan might actually succeed, I was supposed to blow this whole place sky high.
What's that?
Oh, well, looks like I should have been more careful. Then again, it's not like it really matters.
It's not like you could time travel to find out facts you couldn't possibly know about in the way history has proceeded here.
After all, you're gonna die here.
What?
That toward him,
Well,
and there he's go. He's got the
Not coming
detonator
closer.
again.
You think I'm not prepared for this?
Is Tenmyoji gonna do it
Take one
again,
step,
or does it?
it'll be your last.
I gotta know.
That thing you're holding.
It's the detonator.
Yeah, I guess it is. Now back the fuck off.
Dio, please calm down. If you press that button, you'll die too.
So?
Damn. It does. I mean, that is a good thing. Even if he blows out the bomb, it does kill Dio. That's not
Believe me,
bad.
There's plenty more where this came from. Now that we've cleared that up, back off. Come on, move it. Go, go, go.
Yeah, we had no choice. Everyone backed away except for Tenmyoji. Yep, Tenmyoji's not
Grandpa.
Tenmyoji's not taking it. Yeah.
Your hearing
Nah.
gone?
Not the greatest, but it's okay. But he's the guy you hate anyways in this game. He gives you no reasons to even remotely enjoy him. Hi, Mel.
I said back off.
No.
You.
Like,
I'm not screwing around here.
how you doing? Nice to see
I
ya.
can see that. So why don't you do it? Go ahead. Press that button.
Tenmyoji!
Do it. Come on, you won't.
Something wrong?
Press the button. Yeah, hey, come on, Dio.
Hurry it
Blow
up.
us all to
I'm not
hell.
getting any younger.
Come on, Dio. Do it.
Oh. Do I
Dio,
sense
come
hesitation?
on. Blow us up.
What's the matter, Dio? Scared. Well,
You son of a bitch.
so you were just bluffing.
Not bluffing, goddammit. You hear me? I'll do it.
Oh, I'm sure you will. But there's really something I should tell you.
I do love this reveal,
See that
though.
detonator you're holding? It's a fake.
What?
I love this. I love that Dio's a stupid idiot who must believe every ridiculous bluff. It's his best character trait. Tenmyoji rushes up and oh. No, he did it again. Dang it. It played out the same. You kicked the detonator right out of his hand.
What happened?
Now we have to detonate we have to disable all of the bombs. Good thing we
What?
know where. Good thing we know where they are,
What's
and all of the
happening?
codes, huh?
There's a red light on it now.
Oh, you really fucked up, Tenmyoji. This is what happens when you try to show off.
What?
Didn't have time to tell you that how it works. Once you knock the detonator away, the bombs detonate. 30 minutes.
How much do you know? Fine, whatever. Well, he's right. If that thing ever gets more than a meter away from me, it activates.
Yeah. Oh, we don't know exactly where it is.
When
Huh.
it does, it starts the timers on all the bombs. So thanks to this old fart, you get to try and defuse
Still,
a bunch of
3
activated
out of 4.
bombs on a countdown.
3 out of 4. 3 out of 4 isn't bad. We might be able to figure. And the fact is, judging by the flow charts, I think we could probably take a guess where it is.
You can go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Once the timers have been activated, they'll go off anyway.
How long do we have? When do they explode?
You should know, Sigma. Why don't you tell her?
About 30 minutes. Right as the doors open.
30 minutes? That's crazy! How do we stop them?
With the emergency
None of us know
deactivation
them, though.
passwords that we all have. We have all of them. What do you think? I mean, if he didn't hide the knife, I mean, maybe he's that stupid. That's what I'd think. Either that, or he'd keep it on him. He'd keep it in his pocket the whole time. Though that'd be stupidly risky at this point.
What, hoping I might spill the beans?
Also,
Nice try.
wait, he couldn't have it on him. Because we've seen the adjacent timeline, he didn't have it on him.
Unless one of you is secretly a medium, I think you're shit out of luck.
Well, good luck. Good thing I know it.
Well, I'm out. Peace.
Wrap my hand around his wrist. Yep, no suicide pills for you, Liam.
Shit.
You don't get to nonchalantly eat a pill and die.
No!
Exactly. True, that's the thing. If he thinks it's a good spot, even though it's not, he thought it was a good spot one time, he might think it's a good spot another time, under different circumstances. I don't know if Dio knows. Huh. I don't know. The idea that he'd somehow linked to all the other lefts and they know, that'd be weird.
Hey! I'm not fucking around, alright? Let go of my goddamn arm!
Everyone else piled onto Dio with me. Even then, he refused to stop trying to kill himself.
We don't have a choice. Luna, go get the Soparil.
We put him asleep, we can't get what we
You
need
think
out
I
of
don't
him.
know that? What other choice do we have?
I think personally, I'm not sure. I don't think it's that. I think it's more a willing martyrdom, of the fact that, like all that the other lefts in Myrmidons are probably willing to die for the mission, as evidenced by him, being so nonchalant, able to kill, eat the suicide pill.
Every minute we spend wrestling this prick is a minute we don't have to deal with those bombs. We don't have time for this. What are you doing, Luna? Go! Right.
Right. It's okay, Luna. You can't harm, but it's not harming him. It's just putting him under.
Okay, I've got it. I'm ready when you are.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, if not literal, spirit. Even if it's not a literal spiritual connection, he thinks that he's filled his role of placing the bombs in the mission.
You can do whatever you want to me, you fucking cowards. You're still gonna die. Go ahead, tell yourselves you can fix it. Run around like idiots before you get blown to atoms. Serves you fucking right.
Whatever, Dio. You can't.
You're gonna burn!
Oh, for God's sake. Luna, shut him up. Right. Here goes.
God, you're a fucking... Go to bed. Have a nap. Thank gosh we don't have to worry about him anymore for at least quite a while. And there it is, the suicide pill. It was some kind of poison. Toss it in the sink.
25 minutes or so, I believe.
And how much time until the white doors open? So, what do we do? We search Dio, but he doesn't have a note or anything with the codes on it.
Only one option then.
That it?
Intuition. We trust our hunches.
Are you suggesting we just guess?
Yeah, why not?
Well, no, but...
Wait, there's another way. What is it? Before I can tell you, everyone has to promise to do exactly as I say. No questions. What's your answer?
All right.
Good.
What
First of all,
are we doing?
Sigma, you're coming with me.
What's up, Phi? What are we doing
The
here?
rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse. Huh?
Why?
Didn't I say no questions? Good. That's it. We're done.
That's it?
Is there a problem?
True. Sigma and Phi are basically the only ones equipped to be able to get the
I
passwords.
seem to recall you promised to do exactly what I told you to do. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
Right. And then get everyone to the white doors, and we just go run and defuse the bombs. Thank goodness I have all of the codes written down. Take care of these guys, okay? See you back on floor B before you know it. So, just trust us, alright? Yeah, good. And run after Phi. Perfect. So, where are we starting? Bomb 3, right? Or Bomb 2? I can't remember which one's in the crew quarters, but I got all the passwords written down right here. So, it'll be fine. I remember where the bombs are, because one's in the crew quarters, one's in the botanic garden, and one's in the laboratory.
Get the input device ready.
All
How many
hooked up.
minutes do we have?
We've got 4 minutes. It took 4 minutes to get that. Get
We have
there.
7 minutes per bomb. That includes travel time, though.
All right, the control room. Oh wait, no, that's right. He placed bomb number 2 in the control room because he placed it in this timeline because it was open, whereas the laboratory was what was open, and he planted it there. The other time.
Yeah. Well, it's not like I don't have one.
Stop. What am I supposed to do?
You need to make a jump. Yeah.
Jump.
To another world. Another history.
Oh, she's just outright saying it. Nice. Right, the control room had the input device.
You didn't just guess that Dio set the bombs, did you? You knew it. Because you remembered it happening in another history, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, but that, I mean,
to do that again.
just do it over and over and get the bomb passwords out of him.
Doesn't have to be another one. It could be this one. Just go back to the past and question him. Then again, if you do that, you might end up changing things so you don't end up here. That would mean you couldn't deactivate the bombs in this history. So you have to come back to this exact moment, or...
Damn it, this is confusing. This is
Well,
nonsense.
don't think about it then. We don't have time anyway. Just jump.
Might as well jump. Okay, see you later then. Are you insane? You're telling me about transferring myself across space and time. Also, why should I have to do everything? Can't you?
My jumps happen suddenly, out of the blue.
Ah, damn.
I can't control them.
Well, I can control
That's
them.
a problem.
Me, Pokey, can control Sigma's
All right.
jumps.
Maybe we've already jumped from another history to this one. But our memories of that history got damaged or something. We forgot most of what happened in that other timeline. If we can remember even a little bit, though. Anyway, it's just a hypothesis.
Are you saying I might know it already? I just have to try and remember? Are you saying that am I saying to the player to try to remember the
Yeah.
code?
I feel like we know. So, anything? We need the bomb password. Do you remember hearing it in another timeline?
Alright. Brain memory. Password, the bomb password. I did add it. I heard it what? Oh, I see. I guess that's supposed to be, these kind of help work as clues to tell you where to look if you don't remember the bomb passwords and didn't have them written down. We're on bomb 3, right? LXQ LHCNMR. Yep. Bomb number 3 clear.
Good job. It worked.
Alright.
So, you knew the password after all. Interesting. You heard it in another history?
Yeah, I
What
learned.
happened in that other timeline?
Yeah, in that one, Dio poisoned himself. Yeah.
Ugh, never mind. We don't have time for that.
Oh, good. Hey, cool. Remind me, the player, but don't have to, you know, speak through
How
them
much
all.
longer?
How did it take you that long to type
We've
those?
still got time.
Type that.
Come on. We've still got 2 more. The number 2 bomb is next on the list. Right. No time to waste. Oh, and don't forget the input device.
That'd be a class. It'd be the biggest blunder possible to forget the input device. Then you have to go back in time and to open the lock again. Like knowing where Alice is, you go back to know. Oh, grab the password. True, I suppose that's right. To really rack your brain about it. I'm still not convinced that that everybody's here's time, perception of time isn't messed up at all. Like even when they're not in fast forward, I'm still convinced they're at least a little bit, not quite 1-to-1 second, you know. Anyways, bomb number 2 time.
You got it? Hook it up.
Hook it up.
Okay, hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Hey, don't input the wrong
Calm
path.
down. You probably just typed it in wrong.
Sure, I
Try
did
it
it
again.
right. Let me, the player, type it in, Sigma. Come on. Sigma. That password's
Then
no
it's
good.
different. All 3 bombs use different passwords.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Shit!
Well,
This is bad.
just hop back again and
The
get
hell are we
another
gonna do?
password.
Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password?
A different history from the other different history I remembered?
Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
It really is just a bomb password, a pop quiz to make sure that you don't skip, that you're here last, huh? I do like the flashing of all of those, story beats, though. It's pretty cool. Alright, let's see. EQP DYR NTK. Huh? Did I miswrite it? Oh, dear. Ah. I just misread. I misread my own handwriting. EQD DYR NTK.
Damn, this is crazy.
Really? Where does it say that? Oh, I see. In the ending, where it happens, it would say. Bomb number 2 deactivation code. There it is. Okay. And you could just hop around and then see bomb number 3 deactivation code. And then just hop into that moment to see it happen again. Old woman's ID card. Oh, that's handy. I didn't even notice that it properly noted down like the info that you learned like that on those those nodes. If you find the 2-headed lion, key to gate 2. Huh, it even gives you those passwords. Very cool.
So you did know it.
Guess so.
Don't scare me like that, alright?
Like I was hiding it, couldn't remember at first, then it floated up and drifted down.
Whatever. Point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing. Okay, that just leaves us with the last bomb. It's,
In the garden.
let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
You make it sound
Don't just
so
stand
easy.
there. Let's go!
Alright. Sorry, I need to step downstairs really quick. I'll be back in a minute or so. Sorry. My dad's a bit upset at something he messed up. But it's not really something that's my what I did, you know. It's just, he made a mistake. But boy, he sounded upset. Anyways, grip the input device tightly and head it after her. It'll hopefully be fine. Alright. Why was Dio trying to blow up the tree, though? Was the tree part of the AB experiment?
Finally. The last one.
That's why he hid the bomb on the tree, right? Because he gotta make sure the tree blows up.
How many minutes left?
Alright, in 9 minutes.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, alright?
It's hiding high in the branches.
You have the input device?
Don't even bother plugging in the last password.
We've done
Go.
this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
Remember another
Exactly.
password.
What else would I be talking about? Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. 3rd time's the charm, right?
Silently out of fuse. Just worried that Lady's gonna strike twice or thrice.
No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the 1st and 2nd times aren't charmed too. Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
How about you? You can jump to other worlds too,
I
but
can't remember things as well as you, alright?
I'm sorry, but I don't have a pen and piece of paper to write these codes
I'm
down.
doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds. Anyway.
True, I've only explicitly bumped in. I can only explicitly remember bumping into you in a different time, in a different timeline. Back when we escaped with Dio, and you grilled him for the number 0 bomb code.
I'm counting on you.
But then forgot that you did that. Lightning can strike twice, or even 3 times. You can do it. You can do it. You did it before. You did it twice before. You're a champion. Come on, Sigma. You can do this. Pull open the door to your memories. I lit a candle. It smells. I picked up a cherry scented candle at IKEA. It's nice. BQ Z RGJ DXR, I think. The root beer. Awesome, I did. Okay, I couldn't quite read that one as well because I couldn't find a pen when I was writing down the bomb 1 code, and so I wrote it with a colored pencil, and it's not exactly the finest lead. Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch. Oh, that's good. I haven't felt as satisfied in ages. Oh, you're feeling great. I feel like I'm gonna melt and dribble it out of my ears. This is without a doubt what heaven feels like. I feel like I could fly right now. I almost wish there was another bomb so I could feel this again. Hey, Sigma! You fucking idiot. Why would you say... I can't believe that you forgot. Sigma, you idiot. There is a 4th bomb. You're really harsh on the vibe here. Oh, it's not that I need it, but it would sure be nice to get a thank you or something. He hasn't learned it yet, but no, he has to have. He has definitely forgotten it because learning of the number 0 bomb is the evidence we know we got. That Dio planted bombs 1 through 3 because that was the. But that was like 2 or 3 timelines ago, so it's easy for that part of the info to rub off. Oh shit. When was I? receive this letter? It probably hasn't been 90 days. I realized I looked down at my desk and there was a letter that I was supposed to respond to within 90 days, and I haven't. You're just the greatest. You're so awesome. I'll dress up in that swimsuit for you like I promised. Just a swimsuit. Sigma.
I am.
Use
you
your
said
head.
You wish there was another bomb, right?
You don't
I
really.
hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish. I remembered something too. Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs.
There it is.
I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
There it is, bomb number 0. Dio, thank you, Fi, for remembering it. I remember too. I heard Dio say those very words in the 4B warehouse.
Looks like you remember it too. How much time do we have?
4 minutes.
Well, hurry up. We need to get to the 0 bomb.
How are you supposed to get... Damn, you really gotta hustle. Show me where the
What?
bomb is.
Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me.
How would I know where it is? Damn. We can't deactivate it. We don't know where it is. I know where it is.
Calm down. Just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking... I was kind of confused for a sec. I was kind of worried for a minute about the timing. Of like, won't they not even make it to the door at this point? It was like, no, wait. The doors stay open for like 5 minutes.
Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important? Right.
Hide something very important? Hide it. Hide. If I was Dio, where would I hide something important? There it is. Yep. Like I said, right between... Just because he wasn't hiding the knife, he hid the ambidex. He hid it between the ambidex rooms.
Sigma, wait! Where are you going?
Don't follow me. Go find the
Idiot!
others.
You really think I'd do that?
True. But yeah. When the door opens, the bombs go off. Yeah, it is. It is fun. It's kind of funny. You run as fast as you can, which unfortunately on this map screen is still kind of really slow. I don't know why I picked up this candle. It just looked kind of nice. It looked kind of nice. There it is. Bomb number 0, right between
Here?
the A-B rooms. Achievement unlocked. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. But the rooms were never moved.
About a minute. Hurry!
Shit. Bomb number 0 code. Can shake the feeling I used my 3rd time charm. Concentrated. That's right. Remember the lunar eclipse in the head and the 2 guys in the desert? LXAQNS. Games done quick. Los Angeles. Quinoa Nation, summer games done quick. Los Angeles. Quinoa Nation. Man, I'm so smart. We did it! Adrenaline sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's hard to explain. The short version is Dio hid something here in another timeline. His knife. Guessed maybe he'd put the bomb here too.
Pretty good guess. Well, you did it. So, thanks.
I don't need you thanks. Just
What?
No, come
What?
on.
What on earth are you talking about?
Back and forth silence.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain.
Alright,
until
time to
chromatic
do one
doors
last
close.
escape, huh?
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
What about the
What the hell are
swimsuit?
you going on about?
Fi legitimately
Just
doesn't
go.
remember. Either Fi is pretending to not remember, or she legitimately forgot. Yeah, we review a brief review of most of the PowerPoints. Yeah. Everyone's unconscious and hanging out at the doors.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Well, you're still standing here, Tenmyoji. I could have done it in my sheep.
Don't you mean in your sleep? Thank you. Thank you so much.
We gotta keep reviewing. We gotta make sure you remember what's going on.
Good job, you guys.
Me holding the bomb. Kitty, me holding on to all four bombs after disabling them. One little swimsuit
What?
time. What?
Huh?
What are you?
You're disgusting.
1 minute.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group? All right, then let's move.
So I don't remember who's in the group, but it doesn't matter. We'll just find it in a second. Kay took Quark. Kay took Quark and Dio with him? Oh, that's rough. That's a rough team to have to deal. That's rough for Kay. I'm cute? No. No, I'm not. Ugh. Thanks, I guess. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. Tenyoshi, Fi, and myself ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until chromatic
It's a good
doors
one. It's
close.
yeah.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
We get Tenyoji in a last room. Of course. Mr. Junpei. I was gonna say Mr. say last Q. Q? Oh fuck, they got John Delancey in this shit? Oh fuck, this is where John Delancey lives, isn't it? What the? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors. The one we came in, and that one, which I'm
The
assuming
puzzle
is the exit.
cube. But there's nothing in here.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
If I, oh my goodness, you're fading into obscurity. Tenyoji, your hair is slightly darker, but you're kind of fading in too.
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh, Q! 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 I get it. Like last time. Q.
Maybe the Q is for question.
It is
If
very
there was a deck of
questionable
cards here,
rooms.
maybe the Q would be for Queen.
There's a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Q? Yeah, the thing is, at the end of 999, the door, what appeared to be the 9 door in the furnace was the Q door. And so it was actually, and so you just had to scan everybody who ended up in that room to add up to, what was it? Like It's 27. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember where it exactly lands on the base, on the alphabetical base, numerical base, but the point is, everybody in that room adds up to exactly Q.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play. So,
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
right.
And hey, everyone can get out. Awesome.
Okay.
Pull it now. Uchikoshi, could you please introduce even the slightest bit of contrast to this room's color? Room's empty. Wait, you hear something? Please, just anything to tell the wall. There we go. Ooh, fancy. Oh, and what do you want to do with that? Alright, what do we do with this? This globe is just floating here. How's it doing that? Magnetism or something? Oh. Are we playing Minesweeper? Let's see. I'll never look at it. The cube. Look at it again. Okay. Oh! Winning and losing cube. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels, and only winning panels, are highlighted cyan, the system will activate. When you click a panel on the cube, display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. Number of winning panels has bordered each panel. It is Minesweeper. The hint that appears on the cube is different for each side. Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, then the wall to the right would be the east wall, south wall. That would mean that a hint appears on the west side would actually refer to the east wall. A hint that appears on the north side. Huh? Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. That means even if there are winning panels on the border with an adjacent wall, those panels will not be reflected in the initial panels. Click the floor to view this message one more time. After that, it will be gone forever. Wait, you only get to read the rules one time? No, okay. It looks like each time you go back in, it'll re-explain it. But oh, I see. Okay. I understand now. Okay, so you click on the wall, you click on the cube to get the hints. And then okay, so let's see. Let's okay, I get it now. I thought that I was just punching away aimlessly at nothing. Okay. No, drawing the whole thing out will be meaningless. But I can't draw that far down either. This is a pain in the butt. Whatever. Whatever. I can manage. I can write on the margins a little bit, you know. Okay, so... Yeah! Nice! Interesting. So that's how this one works. There's more of them. Keep looking. Okay. What? Another device you have to activate before this one will stay out. Okay. Okay, so 2, 2, 2. No, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so... Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. So we're doing darts again? Missiles? They're darts! Look over here. We got a memory card. Bunch of tiny sidewinders, huh? You know, the ones they mount on the underside of fireplanes. They aren't missiles! They're darts! Darts. I've got 3 of them. Okay. Where do we chuck them? No? Okay. Is there anywhere else to activate on this wall? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Whoops. Okay. This one's easier to write down, at least, because I don't have to write on the margins. Ah, there we go. Oh, I see, because it's also... Okay. Because the... Okay, it was only one panel here, but also... I kind of get it. Okay, so we want to make a dartboard. And I've seen this before. Ooh, I feel like I've seen it in this building somewhere. It's, yeah, you have to do dart math. 2 ways to use a dartboard. What's the second way? Hold it. Use it to hold pizza or throw darts at it. Damn, you're a regular party girl, aren't you, Fi? That's enough candle. Just blow it out real quick. You got some darts, don't you, Sigma? Try throwing them. The first dart must land in the green area, the second in the blue area, and the third in the red area. Throw a dart at a particular area, drag where you want the dart into land, and then... Okay. That's weird. I just sort of seen these darts before somewhere. Yeah, whatever. Time for some darts. So, that's triple. There's a single, and then, double, triple. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, but it'll look cool. Yeah, I suppose I should go back and touch the rest of the panels. Let's touch the panels and know what we're doing first, huh? I have to write in the margins again. I mean, you could see I could do it, but I'd prefer not to. Let's see, so it should be... One, two, three... Right? No? Okay, calm down. Let's see. That means there's 3 adjacent. And there's 2 adjacent, not counting itself, so... There we go. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting the hang of it now. There's our save. There's our save. Anything up here? Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Okay. 4. A 4 is definitely an interesting one here. So... Wait, let me just double check the... So it should be something like... This is this is hard. This isn't even the... This is just accessing the passwords, huh? We could do the darts here. Let's see. The 27. $24. Not quite. Okay. 27. Those are both 8s. 28. 42. 28. 91. Close, but not quite. Oh, almost had it there. Okay, I was off by 3 points, so we'll just subtract 1 from the triple. 100. Awesome. My dart skills are undeniable. Yes, I saw quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know. Okay. That's great and all, but look, see display case? Nice. Got the green memory card. You have to put out all the stops on this job. You sound like you're in a heist movie. Should I have worn a cat suit? Yeah. Everyone in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. Yeah. It looks to me like the numbers here are just the left side on the exit wall. Let's just poke at the left side until it goes. Well, not that one. I can't click that one, so... Hey. Oh. I guess that explains why it wouldn't... There we go. I think I've seen something like this before. An exercise machine to twist your hips around? Oh, please. Sigma's not a party animal at uni. Did you see him? He was at the library on Christmas typing up a paper. No, I don't think so. It doesn't look like a fish machine to me. Kind of ruined it when you take it so seriously. This is... I don't know, something... I have zero clue what it could be. Ha 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 ha. Change the colors to the correct ones by clicking the hexagon and triangles. You'll have 5 moves to complete this puzzle. Ah, well, it doesn't matter if I did it before, I guess. So turn them all red? True, but he could have just blown it off. The fact is, he was doing his homework. Huh. Nice. Alright, that's the cabinet puzzle solved. Now I've got our red keyboard, red key card, and a binder. A binder full of useful information. What do we got? Just nope, not full of info. It just has one Q Chamber special AB game. What? The Q Chamber's AB game. Sorry? Sorry? Three people choose ally. Three people will definitely choose betray. One is a mysterious mirror man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. Oh, we're playing we're doing that here too? Damn. We just can't escape from ambidexing. Mirror people. Right. So let's see. Where's my memo? Okay, let's see it from here, okay? Let's start from here, okay? Let's just no margins, okay? So let's say if it's a 3 and then a 1, then the 1's only winning tile would be over here, right? And then the 3 I think would be they might count themselves actually. And if that's the case, then theoretically it could be win, Let me make a little graph quick. So yeah. So yeah, if it's 3, 3, 3, 1, 1, 4, 4, 3, 3. Wait. No, wait, yeah, that makes sense. It still makes sense. Because then, like, going from the 4, you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then from the 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, so it's a 2x3. Around here? Yeah. Cute! Hey, we're playing dice again. Nice. We're playing Dungeon Dice Masters. Okay, with the confirmation that they do, in fact, include themselves. Let's not erase everything this time. Perhaps actually solving from a grid is a better thing to do, huh? Though I don't like how the blue kind of mixes in, but whatever. Okay, so let's see. Let's just start here. 3, 3, 4. 4. I'm getting myself confused already by the way I arranged it. Or the way I'm reviewing it. Okay. There, 4, 3. The dice are pretty good. So, again... Wait. Okay, 2... That one doesn't count anything because it's counting this one and this one for separate puzzles, it seems. So anyways, 1. Is it? Wait, hang on. Maybe it is, yeah. Because then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1. No. No? Maybe they're separate things. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there's that at least. And maybe... Ah! Was that all of it? All systems are now activated. Awesome, cool. Don't mess with the cube or wall panels anymore. Great, great, great. Hey, you like dice? Well, there they are. We got D, I, C, E. There's nothing written here. All the pages are blank. Yep, blank, blank, blankety, blank. Huh? Is there something? No, the pages are all blank. It's just... Well, there's some pictures put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. A picture of a blue dice, a picture of a green dice, and a picture of a red die. Okay. Oh, this is the computer where we put in the memory cards. You need to put in some memory cards, alright? Nope. We gotta put in all 3 before we can play this game. It's interesting. It's interesting. What's this? Is this, anything? Nope, doesn't do anything we touch it. Guess that's the last thing we do. Leave it alone for now. It's alright. It's better than doing a not Sudoku, I'll say that much. Okay, so you want... Okay. So I have to put those dice to where they have to go. I wish it wasn't rotated. Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna... Let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Shit. That one sucked. Let me... That's a worse. Whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 7 by 7. It seems. Okay, kind of messy, but whatever. Point is now 3, 4, 5. And then it should also 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, there we go. If I recreate the grid from it and try to make it undistorted, I can put the dice where they're supposed to be. Written down. Let's see, so that's 2 to the right of the blue 1 is the green 6. Alright. I mean, we'll just go relativistic here. And put the green 2 there. And then the red 4. Okay, so... Wait, how do I know which way is which? That looks right. Okay. One, 3. Because I was confused because of the orientation. The orientation of the dice seems so, I wasn't quite able to tell which axis is which. So I'm gonna just guess and hope that I'm doing it right this way. Okay, 6. Damn. Okay, there we go. 6, 5, 4. Right? No? Hmm. You know what it was? I don't think I went down far enough. Let me double check something about the file. Yeah, I didn't go down far enough because yeah, shoot. You're right. I didn't see that chat message, Kitty, that it's supposed to be one further down until afterwards. Oh well. Okay. Then we get a 6 over there. No, not a 1. That's literally the exact opposite. Wait. Aha, 6. Okay. Okay. Next up, blue 5. There we go. That one wasn't so bad. Next, red 4. Riddle me this, riddle me this, Sigma. Your quizzes are quizzical, then what are tests? Four. Riddle me this, Batman. Why don't you look me in the eyes? Why don't you look me in the eyes when we kiss anymore? Wait. What? Oh my gosh, wait. The direction of each side of the die must have matches, so each side has to match? Oh, fuck. You have to actually match it exactly to the photos? Oh my god. Fuck. You saw, okay, I did a damn honest take there. You saw me. I'm looking up the answers. I'm just gonna do the answers on the online solution now. Oh. Yeah, I missed that part of the rules. Oh my goodness. And it's nasty enough just trying to get the top side to match. Right, let's see. Right, down. The worst part is his house. What? They didn't take away your phone? What? We didn't take away his phone? Yeah, none of you guys checked your pockets for your phones? Okay, down, right, up, right. Also, contests are testifying. Gosh. I want to see the Batman. Everyone says it's a good movie. There, completed. Go to hell. Personally, if I was Sigma, I would have just picked up the dice and put them in place, instead of rolling them all over the place, but I guess he's just built different than me. I had a feeling he could do it. He has like Rubik's Cube, badges, and other puzzle stuff downloaded to his phone. It's a survival tool in this world, having stock puzzle solutions downloaded to your phone. Okay. And we pop in the blue card. Now that we've got all three cards, what do we get? We play the A-B game, huh? C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single... Us, A, and B are pairs consisting of two people. C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single person. Move the pairs A and B to the blank areas under pair, then move solos C, D, and E under solo. Pair and a solo line vertically with verses will pair them against each other in the A-B game. You can still move icons even after you place them. Once an opponent's been selected, the game will begin. Choose the vote for the Us pair, either ally or betray. If the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. Oh god, we're playing hypothetical A-B game. Okay. I'm gonna test the solos first, again, with my vote. So let's see. Okay, so it seems that C is the mirror man. Though just for the sake of consistency, let's just double check. Yep. Okay, so C is the mirror. That means we can use C to check the other pairs, because if A... Let me just double check the AB games. Okay, so let's see. Does A ally or betray? Okay. Okay. Yeah, right, that's right. D, allied. C is the mirror. I wasn't really paying attention to B. Sorry. Okay. E is the traitor. And B is an ally. But wait. Oh no. Does this include the pairs? No, wait, no. Wait, hang on. Let me just double check. 3 people will definitely choose ally. 3 will definitely choose betray. I guess perhaps you could just say that I guess technically you could just say that the pairs, you know, even if they don't have, even if the pairs aren't, you know, always ally or always betray, the one who presses the button is always the ally, you know. Otherwise, then we have to assume that there's scrambling going on each round, and then it'd be like, well, is it consistent scrambling each round? And then we'd be here all day. So let's see, who can we... So let's see. E is a traitor. D is an ally. So let's rig it so that we're the only... Try to rig it so we're the only ones who escape. So we're going to betray D, and that'll give us 10 points. E is a betray... E will betray C. Oh, wait, no, okay. E will betray A. And neither B nor C will have enough points to get out. Awesome. The first answer was to get 6 people to 9. Second one was we have to be the only people to get 9 points. Yep, that's a safe password. And now we have to strive for everyone to win. So let's clean this up a little bit. A betrays. B is the ally of them, okay. So we need to let A betray someone at least once. Well, no, actually, Wait, what was the exact goal again? Let me double check it. Strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. So, only need to get 6 competitors, not everybody. I just need to have 6 people. You know, so 2 pairs, 2 solos. Get to 9. Because people are going to betray, it's not possible to have all of the groups get out. Okay. And then Okay, so we're just gonna... Okay, so us and C are just gonna chill and ally for the whole time. A is now going to betray... Actually, I guess they can't betray. Is there a penalty? I need to check if there's a penalty involved. It's purely hypothetical, so it's not like I'm killing anybody real. Can I just do that? Run this and run it back 3 times? No. Okay. Or did I just mess up the... I think I messed up how I put the people in. Let's try that again. Or actually, wait. This is even simpler, huh? To be sure, maybe you can't have somebody get penalized. In which case, let's do ally. Let's just keep the traitors to themselves then. Let's just have A and E have their fun, their no trusting each other fun. True, and perhaps maybe going over was the problem also. Whatever. A and E, you guys can go to hell. There's the safe password, the green one. The escape password. Would this be? Could this be? Should this be? Come on. Different symbols in different places. Awesome. Let's do this. Pop open this safe. Let's see. Star, sun, sun. I love that even though their lives are at stake, everyone's just having a good time. Well done. Achievement unlocked. Redacted. And finally, the other passcode is star, moon, star. I always say the passwords out loud because it just to remind myself the symbols. I can keep the positions. Oh, is that Excelsior? First off, we got the star keys. We can play as much as we want. Keys are important, but look at this. Bonus Excelsior! Awesome! Bonus soda! Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Quark is gonna be okay. He's crying? Aww. And let's get out of here. We gotta get the stuff to Quark and Alice. Now that solves the problem of we have 2 people debilitated, and we don't even know about the immunoglobulin replicator, huh? You guys ready? Alright, let's get out of the queue room. Wait. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3! Stop that! Jeez, one more time. 3, 2, 1! Junpei faked out Sigma. Doctor of Escapology. Is that a real field of study?
Huh. It opened.
We should get back to the Floor A warehouse then.
What?
The machine turned on. It sounds like something turning on. Oh! The screen was not before.
I guess it was set to turn on.
An ID and a password?
It looks like an authentication
I
screen.
know an
I
ID
think
and a
we need to put in
password
an
that we
ID
haven't
and a
used.
password.
No, I'm not. Shut up. Ugh. I gotta set up a. I should set up a video or audio component onto that, but no, not cute.
Yeah, but what?
Thanks, I guess. Anyways, that's when I noticed the illustration. A single lion eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. Remember that? If the ninth lion ate the sun. Red lion, moon. Moon, lion, lion, lion. 3, 4, 5, 6. It literally... Huh. What do you know? 8 other lions. I guess the 2-headed lion counts as 1. Or count the 2-headed lion counts as 2 eating the sun. This was the real 9th lion, but if that was the case... Memento Mori. Remember death. Remember death. But then why did I remember this here then? Remember death. Was this an elaborate thing to trigger a Sigma into remembering every single person that's died in every timeline when he gets here? What? Wait, is that what's going on? Anyways, I don't think, so we got a password and a username we haven't tried yet. Kurashiki. Jumpy doll. No. Okay, it is actually the first time. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, sorry. Had to try. GTF. DML 016 Milk Evoli. No? Wait. Did I misspell it? Shiki. What did I write? Kurashiki. Jumpy doll. I guess I made a typo and didn't notice. Oh, I made a Siki. No, not quite right.
Sigma, look!
Akane, you're looking old. And pretty. And alive. And hologramular.
Akane. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. They've been looking for her for a very long time.
He walked toward her, slowly, carefully, almost afraid of scaring her away. He reached out.
She's a hologram.
Tenyoji squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
Why was he... Hey, Junpei, why are you grabbing for her boob first? Come on. Yeah, no, it's a very pretty dress. It goes great with her hair. Then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions. At least not directly.
Right?
You will understand.
I love getting holograph exposition. Please don't talk about termites though.
Now, where to begin?
Oh wow, a proper actual model, even with the attempts at lip syncing even.
Probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others.
Why is this room all white and Q?
Why were we brought here?
No, that's actually number one question. You're right.
The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project.
And what is the
I assume
AB
you've
project?
heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The nonary game was necessary.
And what's the plan, though? What's the plan, Stan?
Now, I imagine,
There you
is
go.
just what is this
An
AB
answer?
project?
Are we finally gonna get a straight answer for
The answer
once?
to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
Oh. Oh my! It's a time. So it was a time travel experiment the whole time. That feels kind of obvious thinking about it, considering how much of this literally hinged on time travel and alternate timeline knowledge. You know. Send information into the past. Send jumpers into the past. Oh, so instead of just sending mere facts, send full consciousness into the past. I realized that no one there could answer a question. Not Phi, not Tenyoshi, not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum.
Quantum?
That makes this the quantum.
Wow. She changed subject without even pausing. There's nothing we do, but a little annoying.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer.
Yeah, I played video games on it a few seconds ago. It wasn't a very fun game, but it was kind of interesting to figure out the puzzle. I feel like you could have figured that. I feel like you could have solved that with an IBM and not a quantum computer. I want to just take a peek at the secret files we've got so far. Oh boy. Those are definitely some stuff, huh? Let's read one. Just one. Minkowski space. A way describing reality that adds a fourth dimension of time to the three dimensions of space, described by the German mathematician Hermann Minkowski, and therefore bears his name. It's also the name of a ski resort for miniature cows. Stupid. Mini cow ski. Mini cow ski. Here's with another one. Lagomorph. The scientific name for the order to which rabbits don't belong. It's Drew the Third's actual name. Yeah. Okay, we'll stop for a second here.
The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine.
Oh, all of the systems run on the quantum machine computer. Yeah. Yeah, I realize I should probably back off a little bit. At least until we're closer to the actual end.
That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Junior, as well as the golems. All of them
Golems.
do their thinking in that box.
Smash it.
Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else.
Oh?
But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box.
Oh, son. Akane, you bastard. You made your own morphogenetic field point.
Perhaps it isn't so strange, though.
Oh god, we're going into
Perhaps
it.
humans are the same.
There we
With our
are.
minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies. Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills.
Oh, wait, so...
That makes communication
What are you doing? What?
We're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, non-verbal cues, etc., to transmit information. Each one of us is an individual, and we have
True,
no
but I don't think that's a...
connection to anyone else.
Lagomorph isn't exactly the biggest. I can live with it. Everyone's an individual, no direct connection to anyone else.
Is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes.
Oh god, we're going
it
a
is.
higher dimension.
If we
Oh
look
baby.
for another higher we may all be connected after all, like the branches of a tree or a rhizome.
Rhizome?
Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree.
I don't have to imagine it. You showed me that earlier. It was really cool looking. You dyed it all sorts of
All you
colors.
can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section.
Oh yeah, no, that was the part of the puzzle, was how we... I don't remember the exact specifics of what we solved by looking at that cross-sections, but we definitely solved something.
Dimensions, you see, the roots all appear to be individual things.
Oh, so, wait, so hey, that was actually a thing too, huh?
But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, but if you look at the
Look for a
roots from
third higher dimension. So you're saying that if you look at humans in a third higher dimension, everyone's linked like a tree.
things that
That's
might appear to be
crazy.
separate from one another
I love it.
dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions. Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility?
It didn't until you said it. Now it seems like it's irrefutable
That is
truth,
how
at least within this
consciousness
fiction.
actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
There it is. Thank you, Tenmyoji, for saying it out loud. Opened my mouth to ask what he meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski spacetime.
Always has been. How has been about morphogenetic field analysts? Always has been. Ah!
Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line.
At least this time I'm not freezing to death. Connect points to one another and you have a line. Colors weave into a spire of
In
flame.
one dimension,
Distance
only
bars
surface you
cast
can create is
into...
that, a line.
Okay.
But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes.
Right.
These are 2-dimensional surfaces.
And then if you stack the 3-dimensional shapes...
You can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses
That's definitely
a
not how I was
volume of
going to
space
expect them to
and time.
visually represent a 4-dimensional object, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I get it, that's a tricky thing to try to envision with only 2 or 3 dimensions, a 4th spatial dimension. But that's not exactly the typical depiction you see either, you
It's
know?
on that 4th dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time?
I don't know. I don't know, not being scared to death?
That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after.
Oh, AB after before, and the after is before the before. It's like the past is being influenced by the Ooh,
sounds
morphogenetic sadness. Ooh, hit us with it.
A ridiculous story made up
Hell
by a
yeah.
mad woman. But look at what's happened to you.
It's fun breaking
You've
causality.
seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And
Yeah.
what about you, Phi? I know you have too.
Not as many and not as memorable because you're not the MC, but
Am I
still.
wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well.
I didn't even. Wow, she really rigged this to the second of having Tenmyoji in here too, huh? I didn't even think about
I
it.
believe you experienced something very similar.
Half a century?
Half a century ago. You
50
sent your
years?
consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life.
I've seen as many as Sigma, but doesn't have a photographic
It was
memory.
a
Yeah.
long time ago, perhaps. You still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How can I forget?
Yep.
That little girl was you, Akane.
That little Yep. 49 years in the future. Ooh. Trespass. Nice. Taunt. Minor typo. I win. It's supposed to be taught. No, not taunt with emotion. Because if it's taunt, it's like, he's making like a smirking grin, being little shit instead. Seemed like she was almost seemed like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting. One last thing.
Oh yeah?
The cat in the box.
The cat in the
Is
box.
it alive?
Yes.
Or is it dead?
I don't know. I didn't read that book. I didn't read the book. I don't know. How is Mr. Schrodinger's cat?
Fine. You will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Wait! Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji, I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I
Aw.
will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait! Akane!
And she was gone. Now, that was good. It was much more comprehensible than Zero's, and it had some actual emotional weight to it too with Tenmyoji, you know. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. They actually drew this instead of doing the 3D models. That's good. I like it. So tears land on his fists. He pressed against his thighs. Kept quiet. What's there to say? Fine, I looked and nodded silently. Pulled out the photo. It was a picture of the girl. After all I'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. Ugh. Trying to peel this. I'm slightly distracted by the fact that I'm peeling a sticker off a lighter while I did that scene. It's off now. Tenmyoji forever chasing Kurashiki. Yep, just take everyone to the infirmary. We treated them for the Radical 6. Thankfully, we had we found 2 doses. Hope we don't need more. Oop, shit. Inject Alice and Quark, and we're
It will
good.
take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine. Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
No need to thank us.
And just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. Aren't you happy, Tenmyoji? Oh, at least, hey, sure, you lost to Akane's recording here, but hey, Quark's good. Quark's happy. Quark's healthy now. And where's Dio? He's ha ha ha, fucking idiot. Owned. Now he's changed to the sink in the infirmary. Ha, classic. Did we ever have another team make it through Q when there was Radical 6? I think at most they probably went through. I think they probably went through the director's room or the security room that we didn't go through because we didn't have full three full teams either time. Or if they did go through Q, it probably was not rigged. It was probably rigged to not actually just display that stuff if it's not the actual correct timeline with Phi Sigma and Tenmyoji. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers.
Oh, yeah, the Excelsior in there. I think there were bigger problems by then. I think most people who were infected were kind of dead or missing by then, is the thing,
You have my eternal gratitude.
I can't be sure who went through Quantum. Plus, what if it could be, we don't actually know if it's just two sides of that safe. It could be more. Alright, time to play the AB game and get out of here. Clover and Tenmyoji remained with Alice, Quark, or Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. Quark and Dio. Kay would represent their team by default. Phi, Tenmyoji, and me. Alright.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
Doesn't matter now.
Excuse me, I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
You're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
Hey, Itty, how you doing? We're approaching the very end of the game. Glad to see. Always happy to see you, though. Love
What
to
does
see
it
you.
matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times.
Yep.
Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Yep. Everybody at lowest, everybody has 3 points. So you just have to choose ally to get the last end to get the ending.
You're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah, I trust you. Unless, actually, I guess we don't even vote. I guess we just go straight for it. Nice.
Shall we open the doors?
An Ambidex gate has been opened.
45 minutes remain.
3 hours? 2.5 hours to end this Ambidex game,
We have
though?
to wait for the deadline.
Oh, well, we could vote earlier, but then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Okay, let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Luna and Kay head to the yellow door, and then...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
What?
The AB room on the left. In one of the other histories, she...
Oh yeah, we're finally approaching the fact that Akane died in the other timelines. But then where's Akane? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
What? How? When did his... Huh? We're really dealing with the gorilla in the room here, though, of the timeline difference.
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead?
Akane is the cat. Akane is the cat. Schrodinger's cat
Exactly.
thing. Wonder what she meant by his
Perhaps
society
she was
fate.
saying her own fate wasn't decided yet. The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
It's impossible. Come on, Sigma. Use your... We've already opened the box. We opened the box to this AB room, and there's no body. Not only is the outside world the cat, so is
we
Akane.
haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body. But we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her.
Interesting.
The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
But we don't have a... But then where could she be?
I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Or was she hiding, waiting for us? It wasn't anywhere now. Was she waiting us in another timeline? Or waiting for us in the past? Oh boy, if she was, what would that mean? Oh, flashback, flashback, back. What? What are you talking about? A new destination has been added to the flowchart. What? You're kidding. Well, oh my god. In the past? She wasn't kidding. Holy shit. Oh my god, we're going back even before. Damn it, feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. We're back here. We made it back to the AB room before anything started.
No, this is one of the AB rooms.
After before game, baby. Hey, it's fine. What the hell's an AB room?
Damn.
Come on, Sigma,
I guess you
catch
did
back
lose your
up.
memory after all.
Memory. Come on. There you go. You're getting better. You're getting better at this, Sigma. He actually is getting better. He remembered pretty quick that time. You're fine. Nice.
Check your bracelet.
When is this? Red pair. BP is
Mine's
3.
the same.
Right at the start of the game.
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time. Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
You're
Yeah.
right.
They
Nice.
might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think. Right. We're here for one reason.
We go. All right. If this is, we have
Exactly.
one actual last escape room.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
The actual last escape room is the first escape room. Huh. Funny. I'm gonna push the buttons. You don't need to look there. This is our past. We're just repeating history. Yeah, just look at the password. It's the same password. Yeah, it doesn't need. You don't need to solve. Okay, they're just saying don't solve it. Once the password has been found, it will never change. Going back to the past or changing timelines won't alter it. Hey, that's also them pointing out. Hey, if you got some file passwords that are silvers, you could probably just go get them as golds now. Let's see. Sun, moon, sun. I'm not explicitly saying it, but you know, implying you could do that. Grab the cracker. What? Cracker? I mean, damn, I meant key. How the hell? Just, what, cracker? A door above the buttons on the control panel. What did she mean by this? Yeah, she's hungry. She's so hungry for pasta fajoule, and damn, I lost my flow. So hungry for pasta fajoule and salmon and meatballs and gravy and mashed potatoes and soup and salad. Yeah, but she hasn't eaten. Exactly, she's in the past, so she's hungry. What do you think? I know, I don't have to ask every time, right? Then why are you asking? Hurry up and... The super salad. 10, 9, 8, 1. Done. Alright, fine. Use your super jump to your Luigi super jump to get out of here. You're taking too long. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If she's in the past, then she's probably hungry now. If she was hungry then, you know, she's still probably hungry hours ago. That's why I listed every food. They climbed through the hatch and out to the top of the AB room. And there they are. Oh my... I don't know why this render is really funny. This render of him just creeping up. I am the spy. I want... Where is it? I want to play that clip now.
Oh.
That's not the right one. Whatever. I lost my moment. Left crab walk D10. He's moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit. No time to yell to her. Scramble down from the top. 5 wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. 5, what the hell are you doing? Get down here and... Ran across the roof? Launched herself into... Oh, the roof of the AB room. Launched herself into the air and used her 8-foot vertical leap. Rider kick! Hell yeah! Holy shit, Fi! That was awesome!
He's fine. Just unconscious.
Bent down, held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me.
Holy shit! That was one hell of a kick!
Probably has no idea what happened to him.
Knocked him out from behind. Down like a sack of potatoes.
Coming.
Yeah, no, he earned it. Footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. Akane, we made it!
So you came.
Yeah! Do 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 do. Yeah, they're getting hit with this one too.
I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait, just wait a minute. What's your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd be dead.
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you for letting me not to die in this one.
I very much appreciate you saving me.
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes.
Yeah, she's a big-time Esper.
Indeed, I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you.
What do you think? You knew he was gonna stab you. Why are you gonna let him do it?
Because I had to. Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered.
Damn, precognition's kind of a bastard when you realize you have to set up the alternate timelines you perceive, huh?
Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary.
Boy, the way some death was necessary. So matter-of-factly, though.
When a human
Jeez.
brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens.
Decrease? Are you what? Decrease the increase? Increase the soup?
It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band.
Oh my god,
then
even
let
the slingshot's a metaphor. Jesus Christ, Akane. Everything has been up to this point. Every single mundane object, huh? Next you're gonna fucking tell me that it's next you're gonna compare it to the meals in the pantry, aren't you?
The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited.
A slingshot can fire in two directions if you're not a wimp about hurting yourself with it.
When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one.
Mines are omnidirectional launch platforms.
From
Love
that
it.
perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional
So you need to be in a near-death situation in order to learn how to time travel.
In order for that to happen, I had to infect
Oh!
you with Radical 6.
We had to slow down the minds before the increase happened. And because everyone's mind has been mussed up by the Radical 6 and slowed down a little bit, that means time travel's more possible. Shit. Okay.
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure?
Oh my. Oh. Well, it's less of a it's only slightly less of a crime. Slightly less horrible, awful.
Every single
still
one
kind
of
of
you has
fucked.
been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing
Every
speed.
single vote is used. And then that means every single vote is able to be split off and traveled to because of the slowed down perception from Radical
The
6.
result is what you are now experiencing.
And eventually leading up to this, going back even further.
Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed,
You had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality.
And by here, repeated time travel has rendered them more able to remember stuff.
That was the reason you were forced
I
to
see.
jump so many times.
Yeah, because Sigma forgot only for a few minutes, or tops here instead
With
of
each jump,
yeah,
your ability
and
to
before
remember
remembering every
improved.
single thing here.
Eventually, you would be able to retain
Wow.
everything. That is why we made you play the AB game.
We went through a ton of jumps where we had to know passwords and usernames and bomb codes and everything, because and the bombs were like even the bombs were part of the plan to ensure more jumping for memorization. Dio played entirely into the AB project, and he didn't even realize it. He was actually one of the most key parts of the AB project, huh?
That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
That's crazy. Finally understand. A lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you told me makes sense. Did all of this so that Fi and I could jump through four-dimensional space with our memories intact.
Yes.
But why'd you need us to do that? People have died for this. It's counted in many ways: in murder, antimatter explosions, suicide. I've died, and Fi, and you, Akane, Pirate Zero. In fact, works with brother. That's one hell of a. Oh boy, Flash all of them in a row, including Crumbling Luna. Why would you make us jump?
I told you, death was unavoidable. You were all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Why the project? What's so important, though?
I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
Come on, be
What?
cool.
Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Oh, you want us to go forward in time? Knelt down to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me. But it's almost time.
You got plenty of time.
No.
The game's gonna start.
Moments, you'll return
Why?
to the original timeline. This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it.
Oh, is she?
Lagomorph.
Yes.
Lagomorph. Hi, Zero.
Lagomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official
Hi, Zero the
designation
Third.
is Lagomorph.
Lagomorph.
Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Yeah, he's not even being a little funny.
Now, everything is in place.
This was the setup for the
I
Cyan?
put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room.
This
The
is the
second one
fit.
from
This
the
is
right.
how the fit. This is why Cyan is like that. Wow. Because we went back in time further along in Cyan, and thus Cyan is like that.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all that?
Recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in.
Oh my.
If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
Time.
So you're saying some version of us is
Paradoxical.
going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again?
sad that you couldn't be funny,
Well, I guess
Lagomorph.
this could actually be our second or third time.
You are exactly correct.
Actually, it was our first time. Right? Trying to think. Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely the first time. It was we definitely hit it the first time because Akane's dead body showing up along the other routes was a shock to me.
Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
Pulled something out of her pocket. Yep, for this stream. A small key attached to a
I'll
string.
tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
Oh. What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was.
Oh!
What I am, you will be.
Yes.
It has or has not been there
It
the
will
whole
help
time.
You meet someone who's very important.
I know where that.
Go.
So now we get to take.
Return to the future.
So now we're gonna go again.
You won't
Meet
be
Zero.
alone.
Akane knows
I
everything.
will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
I still dum 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 dum. Ba-boom. Return to the future now. A new destination has been added to the flowchart. Oh, this is. Wait. Huh. What do you know? That's further in the future than we were. Right? I'm just double checking that that's where. Yeah, no, we just go right back where we were. It's just not linked, is what got me. Oh, we're now at least 45 minutes into the future from there. And have a voted ally.
Looks like you're awake.
Is the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
so we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Oh, classic. Our brains went on a little adventures. Swap places with the monsters drugged on Soparil. Damn, Soparil's good stuff if the effects of it can go back and forth through
Kay and I
time.
hurried back here with you.
You remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah, you got him pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I remember all right.
Oh, man, that really is good. I guess maybe the drug, if at that point in the sleep cycle, it's more just actually asleep and less drugged asleep, by the fact that they'll be waking up shortly, but still, it's a weird thought.
Dori.
Talking about?
Dory.
What am I? Chopped liver?
Quark,
Back
Alice.
among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Aw, everybody's happy.
Yeah, thanks.
Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
Oh wait, but now we know that everybody's sick. I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit
Really
action.
grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
I wasn't talking to Quark. That was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
I mean, is there really that much left to the imagination with Alice, though? Come on.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake,
And
all
before
we
you,
gotta
and
do
before
is
you go,
open the number 9 door.
and before you attack Clover, and before you reach for Clover, come on, she's also not wearing much. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
10.
I've got 15 BP. That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
Everyone was just playing Ally while you were asleep.
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
Yes, of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
Nice. Isn't that sweet? Everybody's got 9 BP. Strangely, Dio doesn't have the most points. By Fi just happening to play the game just right.
And now all of us have enough to leave.
But then where does the key go? How would everyone cooperate long enough to raise our BP past 9? Was it because Akane wasn't killed? Without death to start things off, maybe less suspicious of one another. Or the bombs brought us together against Dio. Fi and I have been able to disarm them, and band against a common enemy, and this strengthened our bond. Which I'd admit would be somewhat ironic. Dio planted the bombs to force us all to work against him. Just be what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you death was unavoidable?
Jessica, well, I love it.
Sacrifices had to be made.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait. What about him? It'd be kind of rude to leave him. Oh. You know what? But it's not unsensible. Alice was the only holdout. She'd complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped to deal with Dio then, she'd complied.
Alright, let's get going.
He'll probably... Just make sure there's no sharp objects or anything in reach when he wakes up. Also, maybe leave him some snacks down there. Because, depending on if somebody gets back in time, they might come to him either having killed himself. Everyone ready? Gonna open it. This time he's the one trapped inside.
Yes, just get on with it.
All right. This time he's the only one trapped inside. Yeah. It's what he deserves. He deserves the biggest, fattest L possible handed to him. After all that he's put us through this game. Even though he's made everything possible.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Alright, everybody get out, get your hazmat suits on, and let's walk out of here, and let's have a nice time walking across the desert through the disease out of here.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing.
But then where does the key go? And what about the door in the 4B warehouse?
The number 9 door has closed. This ends. Thank you. As the game is over.
The number 9 door is unlocked. All doors are unlocked. We love it's just Among Us cosplay. That's actually the real thing. It's not even a hazmat suit. It's just an Among Us. Yeah. It's a hazmat because the air is infested. Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us. Among Us.
Looks like we did it.
Yes, we should keep moving.
Beyond the door was a wide hallway and then a solid wall. We found a very familiar looking door, pushed it open and went in. And here we are, at the pressure exchange chamber. Anything locked up? I'm really curious what the door is. Huh.
You know what this place is?
Whole facility is pressurized, apparently. Keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. If we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside air pressure. This room is where you prepare for the actual pressure exchange room. Everyone put on your suits.
Whoa! Hold on a minute! You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yep. Sorry. But everyone's actually infected, so the room's pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they?
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
You're still locked up, Kay.
All right.
You gotta get your key. I don't think anybody ever went to the Gollum Bay. Well, it's too late now. You're stuck like that for good. Until we find somebody to machine out a new key, I suppose. Nevada post-apocalypse mode versus dry dock mode. Alright, we gotta find that radio that Dio was using to contact his superiors, and we just tell them to eat shit. I see him before another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I could see their faces in the visors of the helmets, I heard more than a few gasps on the radio. The ship without any shit parts, just the interior. Yeah, it was a fake ship.
Where the hell are we?
The desert, I guess?
I figured that out.
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is. Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine?
Yeah, but that's at least 49 years or so out of date.
The next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were, it must have been far from the city. The air was cleaner than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them. More skies than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way, but the more striking feature was the moon. Blood red and massive, much bigger than I remembered it being. Then as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. Move across the moon, heading for its right edge. Eclipse? Wait.
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
What? The moon's shadow? Let me make it a set.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I
Oof,
agreed,
rough.
like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
But then...
Think about it.
The moon's shadow, but then...
Then what's it falling on?
1 divided the square root of 6. Radical 6. Like one, it's like 1/20th, or like 0.23 or something.
That's
8,
Earth.
like a little over a fifth or something. I can't recall what the actual number.
Yeah. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse.
It's the red Earth.
This isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon, covering the sun.
We're on the moon. That's Earth. Over the moon.
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface.
The moon.
We were just inside a moon base.
The moon. The moon. The moon. Among Us. The moon. The
This can't
moon!
be the moon.
The moon, Nevada moon twin!
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
What's this? She picked up a rock and dropped it. And
That looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way.
oh, Luna, it looks that way
Gravity in a way.
because it looks like it's the gravity. It looks like it's going that at normal speed because you're perceiving time
I was one of
slowly.
the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but
Luna, moon, radical 6,
Excuse me?
please just listen.
a moon, Gus,
You were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Excelavir, which cured you.
Excelavir.
Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of
Also, hi
6.
Muse. Hi Muse. You've made it to us being on the moon. The moon?
It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed.
Hey, I was right. I was right. That's why everybody's got such terrible time management skills. Because the Radical 6, even if you're not stuck on super screwy fast motion mode, you'll still just perceive because others are not going at the same slow speed at you.
If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408.
Oh,
That
0.408.
means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed.
People are all talking about being disoriented. It's because they were slowing
As you said
down.
before,
Abnormal
the moon's
gravity.
is about 1/6 that of Earth's.
That's why Phi could jump super high.
The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases.
Right, because gravity is lower, time
I guess that's a little
increases.
technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9
Okay, you
meters.
don't need to get this
It
technical.
will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds.
Oh, I love it.
I used
Excelavir.
4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely. But it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it
The
would be the same.
moon. The moon.
Does that make sense?
You lied because it was a sensible lie.
So now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6?
Not too much. Not really.
To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Luna, so wait, Luna, have you been purposely underclocking your brain to keep up with us who have been slowed down by Radical 6?
Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity? Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. Huh? You and Sigma and Phi said something about it in the lounge.
Yeah, just slapping a gas mask on a suit. I can't say. I'm not sure exactly when. I thought it was space, but I don't know. Things just I don't know. Things seemed lined up. I think the hazmat suit excuse is definitely very weak.
About how you felt weird?
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating.
Floating. Oh my god. It's not metaphorically feeling like she's floating. About then, yeah. About or maybe slightly after then, I think it was. God, it was not literal a metaphor for how she was feeling, but literally feeling like she's floating. In fact, explain Fi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. Yeah, like her huge jump, and her huge kick, and her other huge jump, and her big kick.
Wait, this is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there.
Yeah, nah.
Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth, and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you
Oh.
something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028.
Yeah, we're about... Okay, before he says a number, I'm going to take a swing at... 2075. 2073?
Today is January 27th. No.
And 29?
30?
Still no.
Then just what year is this?
2069? 74.
2000s.
I was close! I was pretty darn close. Judging off the fact that it's been about, about 50, if we're going about 50 years, And probably not exactly 50 years. That's insane. That we were talking more than 45 years
I don't
ago.
blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
We were under cryosleep the entire time?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2020.
Oh.
There were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the
I don't like what you're saying here. I don't like that picture.
18 of them
Oh no.
all at the same time.
Oh no. Oh.
The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
And 18 of them across the world. Wow. Okay, so the world got nuked 18 times, all in one for a second. And the root beer store. Oh yeah, it was a red
Started
sky.
A few months before that, the government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada.
The Mars mission.
On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. And the point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world.
Okay, right.
Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up.
Oh, absolute nuclear fallout. Oh,
Some people would
nasty.
take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head.
Yep, Dio's bombs are antimatter bombs.
But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground.
Oh, that's fucked up. And you just throw in a 9/11 in there
Most
too.
forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation.
Oh.
Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that.
Right. No food.
After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification.
That's a bad answer. That's the worst answer.
They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good.
That's the worst answer you could possibly come up with.
April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 Annihilation reactors.
So we went from
Now, the truth is, it's mostly just rumor.
suicide virus.
Nobody knows what happened.
Cool. So we've got suicide virus causing starvation, causing nuclear explosions. Great.
My own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected, and when they died, they took billions with them.
Billions.
If I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I bet you money they all lost it long before they got to the reactors, killing most of the world. No matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, he's just telling the story about what happened.
Even if it wasn't directly responsible, Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth.
Radical 6 killed most
Why it
people.
happened
That's
isn't that important. Point is, it happened. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosion threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires.
yep,
Blotted out
nuclear
the sun
winter.
for 7 years.
Great.
Plants withered and animals died by the millions.
Everything's fucked, huh?
A few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear.
All because of the Mars mission. It fucked up so bad, huh?
Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now. But there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty.
Cool. So now and so even then you still have red sun, red skies.
So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
What can I say? There was no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth after it had been blown up to hell in 2074. But why were we here? Why were we there? Why were we then? So listen, thought I barely noticed Fi's
Hey,
approach.
Sigma, I think I figured something out.
Oh yeah? Popped up on the inside with Whisper in the corner. Oh, you figured out private comms? Yep. Circuit only we could hear. Yeah, what's
I
up?
figured out why there's an extra E.
Oh, in the ninth lion.
Yeah. The one on floor B. I think it's an anagram. Just like on floor A.
Oh man, it took you a long time to solve that one, huh? What do you got?
God damn it, Sigma!
What's Anna say this time? Sigma, we're trying to have a moment here. Come on. Get with the program. This isn't funny joke time.
Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get the man on the moon rules the infinite time.
Huh.
See? You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in ninth.
Man on the moon rules the infinite
It's
time.
a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the age
We gotta go back in time. Gotta go back in time. Ooh, whoa. That's not how the song goes. That's better, though, because that means they can't even get me for doing that bit.
My God, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours.
You want us to go all the way
They're planning
back.
to send us back. Way back.
Oh. Send us back to the start?
I'd bet on it.
To to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenyoji was talking about?
So,
Well, to make sense, though, I mean, we came for that same time period before it, actually. So why bring us here and send us back? What? Yeah, to revert the apocalypse, you must know it exists.
well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
Oh, we gotta go back in there. We gotta time travel back in there.
Well, come on. What are you waiting for? Let's go.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
Gonna have a talk with somebody.
Who?
You really need to be spelled out? The person behind all this. What? Whoa, Kane? Hey, Kay, how do you know that name? Nobody said nobody's talked about her to you, have they? Kay's in a suit,
Yes.
That must be uncomfortable.
Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
Yep. The Akane word.
I'm going to then.
And now,
So am I.
and now everybody wants to hang out down in the down there.
Is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Yep, and now everybody wants to hang out.
You're serious? What the hell is going on?
Come if you want to. We don't need to roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. Yeah. I don't know, but how are you gonna get back in? How do you get back? How would they get back in? Are we gonna? Hey, are we gonna finally get finally leave? Or are we gonna actually go back to? Excuse me, the floor B warehouse. I want to know what's behind the counterpart to the number 9 door in the floor B warehouse. That's the mystery that's sticking with me.
Clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends.
Oh.
Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Oh! Look at, what do you know?
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift.
Okay, what do you know? I was right.
Like I was right.
That's funny.
Any idea where Akane might be? Wait, you mean the grave in the garden?
Don't worry, I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive, just in the grave. They gotta not talk about that so much, huh? Couldn't you well, I guess would the penalty still be in place, but couldn't you theoretically just go down to the floor B door when you open, if somebody got 9 points? Rendering the whole entire notary game very silly.
Is Akane really under here?
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
Don't have to do anything like that, just use the key. You would have to want to. And to know you could is the other part. Treatment pod!
What is this?
She froze herself!
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah.
It kinda looks like a coffin, Clover.
It's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
A treatment pod 00.
Let's see what's inside. No good. I think it's locked.
Well, then just turn it to the side.
Treatment pod TP0 stage 2 will be once stage 2 is complete.
Oh, okay.
The lock will automatically disengage.
Okay, you can't open it early.
What?
These pods put people in cold sleep. Use something else. CAS freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
Miss Akane's like an ice cube?
Something like that.
Wait till she melts?
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
There you go.
I remembered.
What do you remember?
Everything.
Yep. Okay.
I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9.
Rhizome. There's that word again.
A rhizome is an underground.
Oh, perfect. I was about to
that
be like,
spreads by
what is
sending out
rhizome?
roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior.
I'm just telling you there's 54 rhizomes, so that in the question time later, Uchikoshi doesn't get bothered about how many there are later.
I watched them create the AB project.
Stretch. Big stretch. There we go.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back,
Yes.
45 years.
So, you want us to change history, huh?
54 Among Us LARPs.
Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly. It's
What?
true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen.
Right, okay.
It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories.
What do you need
That
us
is
to
why
do?
you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary.
Right, I got that
Forcing
part.
multiple options,
You make
we
multiple
speculated
jumps to
jumping
help
more
you
would
get better
strengthen your
memories. Yeah, this all makes sense.
The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension.
Huh. Well, that's one reason to have puzzles.
That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was all by slowing down your brain's
Yep, you
processing
could also
speed.
be
You
able
could
to time
store
travel
potential.
more because you're
With that
sick.
energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch like a bullet from a slingshot.
Yep, yeah, Akane told us this story a bit.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories.
What?
Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you.
Well, huh?
In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is...
History?
Yes. I suppose I should explain.
What? What are you talking
Very
about? Why was everyone there?
I will try
Huh?
and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover.
Awesome.
They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep.
Akane and Paris Zero set this up to the past Sigma and past Phi. Oh, we're going to set up. We have to set up the Nonary game.
4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes, in preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I
Yeah.
know that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking, as I've already explained, the purpose of this project
Okay,
is to
you
send
need
Sigma
Clover
Refined's consciousnesses
here.
to the past.
They still had used Apocalypse and Annihilation. Look, Annihilation Energy is way more efficient to get the stuff into space than, rocket fuel. Possibly way more possible to use is the thing too, because manufacturing rocket fuel and everything might not be, we don't know the exact materials of how Annihilation, but if they know how to make antimatter, then why not use the best option and be careful about it,
Espers are able to sort of resonate.
Anyways, so Clover's here to feed her power into Phi
This is
and
why we
Sigma.
brought you here.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Yep.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform a prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind.
Yep, we needed Alice because she's a math genius.
Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline.
Oh! He said bomb out loud, but he said detonation in the script. I win.
Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple.
He's an Esper.
We needed you for the same reason.
Yep, we need an Esper to feed into Phi and Sigma. Sigma. Oh yeah, well, the number 3 one, as in the number 3 bomb. It's awkward writing, but it's not technically. It's technically sound. It's just weird, Like the number 3 one, the number 3 bomb.
You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you...
Yeah.
Yep, you saved Akane with your fourth dimensional power.
To resonate with Sigma and Phi. So we brought you. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen.
Aww.
Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
Yeah, he's just a silly
We
kid.
didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship.
Tenmyoji be like, I'm going.
stupid.
Quark be like, no, I'm not.
It was on autopilot. As soon as we turned the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out, and when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio, his real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons.
The Myrmidons.
He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago.
Ugh, fucking.
Do you remember
Sorry.
what Phi mentioned earlier?
Stretch.
The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization.
Right,
Our
okay.
success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left his trusted
Yeah,
lieutenant,
I figured this out.
facility.
I figured out Dio pretty.
They needed to stop the AB
I figured out
project.
Dio pretty simply. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh. Thank you.
So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to
Kill
eliminate
Akane
Akane's second
and
was to
join
join
the
the
AB
AB
game and win. Yep.
and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed. At least, not in that timeline.
Dio does not understand fully how important the timelines, though, so
In
he's
other
kind of
words,
stupid.
In that world, if things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9.
Yep.
Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper.
Oh, goody.
We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
I want to take a peek at the files. I feel like there's... I just want to take a peek at what's in there. Huh. Okay. When they split up at the red, blue, and green doors, Tenyoshi told Alice that there was something he had to tell her. That was something was, of course, his identity, and that he already knew about Alice and Ice 9, and not because he'd heard it from Clover. We'll read the next ones in a bit, too. Space them out, so I'm less likely to get hit with a spoiler, and also so I'm not sitting here not advancing the story.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be alright with you, Luna?
Yes.
She's a little embarrassed about it.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility. But I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma, in another timeline.
In another timeline? A solid hologram. Oh yeah, right. The old pirate man. Still know who he is.
Stage 2 TP.
All right, let's crack open this.
Like
Let's
it's
crack
finished.
open this pod and see who's
Shall we open
inside.
the pod?
Akane, Zero, antimatter bomb, -1. It could be anything.
Okay, let's get started then. Ready?
Ready? She says. Now, come on. You've taken up that habit from Sigma. He's a bad influence. Toilet paper opening.
All right.
Zero the
Here we go.
4th.
3,
Lupin the
2,
3rd.
1.
Boom, 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 boom. Who do we got? What's inside? What? Sigma? Sigma? 3 Sigmas? Kate was lying in front of me. I grabbed his back and saw my own face. Clones! Spider-Man! Spider-Man Clone Saga! No! Didn't make sense. I've seen him injected with Turbo Curie, and that was the end of that. Sigma 2. The person in the pod was the same person I'd seen in the floor of the warehouse. Who's wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
No, my god.
Yes, I am.
Kay? No. If the Sigma clone's in there...
Akane Kurashiki.
She was the cat! Fantastic.
It's you.
Is it a cat? She's a cat, yeah? Wow, Akane,
I mean,
me.
Akane from... But you're old.
Well, she's not been...
Yes, that's correct.
She's not been had the luxury of being frozen for 45 years. The Sigma
I
grind
haven't
set.
spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane, long time no see.
Barely hear what they're saying. My mind was still reeling. Yeah, Sigma's Sigma's still kind of hit by that, Sigma's still kind of reeling from the whole clone reveal thing.
When?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Why, yeah, rider kick.
Once you saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did at least. I carried your bodies to the third AB room. After that, I went into the first room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
The tracking when you bent down to pick up that up looked like "Baby, don't hurt me." Oh, sorry. Well, I say sorry, but that's funny. I like that.
Yes.
I really should re-rig myself, but it's so hard. Yeah, no. Every time she kicks Dio, it's great. Dio killed you, and then Luna took your bodies to the 6th room. Could have been in Kay's armor.
It was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
That's weird. That's crazy. I love it.
What about the other history? The one where you weren't saved? What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple.
The
man
Sigma
in
clone.
front of you.
Him?
That's correct.
Why is he?
Whenever I'm
Hey,
not
I know he's a
in the
clone.
armor, he is.
Hey, I get that he's supposed to be a clone, Sigma. Why is he wearing the same awful jumpsuit, though?
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of Socoril can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
Damn, you did that. You intentionally gave him amnesia.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
Come on, Quark. Use your
No.
intuition.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either. Total stranger.
It's. Come on, what are you guys saying? Right here? Same face?
Huh?
What?
Huh?
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
What? Didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me? What?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future. Don't
Wait.
you get it? You've jumped to the future from 45 years ago.
Looks around frantically. What? He's not just now. Never seen. What? Holy shit! Wait, does this mean this can't? Then slowly peer to the bottom of your mind reflection. I'm Zero. Sigma Zero. Sigma been Zero the whole time. His face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb.
No working mirrors the whole time, and he somehow didn't look in the pond until now.
Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now.
He jumped into his future self?
Zero. The mastermind of the AB
Baba
project.
is you. Zero is you. Yeah, I think he is wearing the same outfit. They could at least say he kind of looks a little like you, Sigma. I guess, you know. They could at least give that, you know.
Is you.
Milkivoli. I love Klim. So, Sigma from the past... So wait, is that other Sigma a clone? Oh, I love Klim. That was the Luna, right? Luna's password. Okay.
It's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
Not a doctor?
Will be a
Oh my.
pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
His same jumpsuit, so when he looks down, he like his body from the time he was kidnapped. Huh. And yeah, he called you senile. Huh. I thought he was just calling him senile, and it was like just a nonsense nonsense insult, like Chris calling Wesker senile at the end of Resident Evil 1.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him. His name is Kyle Klein.
Kyle Klein.
Your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years
Because
ago,
if you heard your voice, you'd recognize that Sigma is old.
You created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that when I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause
Your
his
son
bones
that
to
you
be
raised
bigger than
terribly,
normal
so...
human ones.
Oh,
But
goody.
you prepared for that.
What?
You gave him that armor.
The bone reinforcing armor?
Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it.
And also inside the... Jesus Christ, the baby K armor was not a gag, but was actually a reflection of reality? It really was baby K armor? Oh my god. I thought that was just a goof to avoid revealing his identity, but in fact, it's a baby K armor is real. Oh my god.
Kept his muscles and bone. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
Because he's not because he's immature kid.
He was to be your spare if something happened to you before the...
Wow.
I mentioned before that the AB that isn't all they mean, though.
Okay, cool. We gonna throw more onto the AB?
The A also means anima, and the B means body.
Light back up the candle. It looks nice.
Anima is another word for the soul or the consciousness. Body is, well, the past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body.
Zero is in young Sigma's body?
That was the chief goal of the project.
Huh. The future person goes into the past
Sigma,
person?
do you remember the note you found in the garden?
No, I don't remember that at all.
You mean this, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Animal body Sigma. The chief goal is to create a world for furries. Young old man Sigma. We aren't just sending the information of there was an apocalypse 45 years ago. We're sending the entirety of Sigma back there 45 years. Oh my god.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making.
Oh, okay.
A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028.
Man, and I thought this was a nonsense diagram.
You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness.
Alright, so that means this is gonna come back in a big way in within minutes, right? Wait. Life would be happier if we were born at 80 and approach 18. Son of a... That's literally that's literally what Sigma did! That's literally the crux of the plan, was for old Sigma to go back to being young man in the past with all of his knowledge. Oh my fucking god, I was goofing, oh my god! Shit! Ushikoshi, you got my ass! Sigma balls. Zlabivol.
From there, you jumped to B. January 25th.
Where you ended up in the notary game.
AB rooms in
God, Ushikoshi is a step ahead of me. He's truly the master.
You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has just... I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on,
this is insane. I love it.
Along this,
we end up at C, the end of the notary game.
January 20th.
Right here.
Is today.
The various ends of the notary
Wait,
game.
What do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact.
Yeah, Radical 6 is one hell of a
Have
thing.
You already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down, so yes. 36, but to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes.
Okay.
Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D.
2029.
2029.
Oh god, they're sending... Oh no. They're sending him back... They're sending Sigma back to a Homestuck convention.
You will return to your...
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes.
Yes. That sucks.
That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however.
Oh my god. Yeah, sending him to the apocalypse. Homestuck Deputy.
After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B.
Right.
This time, you won't be jumping through time, or...
Right, you have to go the slow way.
Will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body.
Oh, I see the flow. Okay, A, and then you go to B, C, D, A, and then E. Okay.
Until you reach point B. Do you remember when...
Yep, 2 days ago.
Correct.
1.5 days
when
ago.
The consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version...
Back to point A, in December 25th.
Yes.
Oh!
His consciousness will go back in time 45 years.
This is weird.
For a
This is
period
convoluted.
of time, he will inhabit your younger body, while your younger consciousness is elsewhere. He...
Once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C, but he won't.
That's correct.
But he won't reach
When
that point.
Happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and
It's a rotating? It's a circle?
rotating.
Maybe if I draw on it, it'd help. Let's see if I can find the note. Where's the note? Probably passed over it. No, okay. Here, if I draw along it, it'll help, okay? So this is Sigma's this is Sigma's relative perception, right? This is where he was kidnapped. This is the start of the this is the notary game. This is post game, right? And this is the end of the world. Okay? Sigma starts here, gets kidnapped, and then from his perspective, and then is forced by his mind being by consciousness transferred over here into B to play the notary game. He plays the notary game for a bit at C and ends up going blech. Now I've got myself tied up here. He plays here for a bit, and he ends up going back in time to the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the old man is sent... I can't explain it as thoroughly as well as she did. I just don't have the words to do it. The point is, you can follow a straight arrow. It's a straight arrow through. It's just a convoluted arrow that goes under and over itself.
I suppose you could but look at this illustration. What if you take all these lines?
Oh, here we
and
go.
Untangle them. You get one single line. It may look complicated.
Okay, there you go.
But in
One
truth,
single path.
It's a single straight path with one exception.
The point E, yeah, it's a one straight line until it reaches point E, which is a divergence.
Point E is December 31st, 2000.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured the purpose of the AB project was
get
to
the
get
6 or
the
7
consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma.
to get old Sigma is to send old Sigma into the young Sigma's body, and young Sigma has to do stuff to become him and set up the entire project, to then come back to point E.
If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
Old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping into your 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve, 2028.
Yes, that is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C, and for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything.
Yep, the entire notary
in
game
this
has to
facility.
happen because you see it happen, basically.
That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
It's only
What
one
is that?
thing. Said point C is it's January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's a jump, and I'll jump to 8413, 2029. Yes.
Yes, that's
Yes,
right.
because if Sigma is right here, it is going to go back to 413, and then he's going to have to redo everything he's just lived through. He's going to have to create this entire notary game, but the slow way, without time travel. he's the future. So he has to ensure that the future he's experiencing now will happen, so that the future one can go back to the past, even further in the past. I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon. Yes.
And when's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness
exactly.
into the fourth dimension.
It is a bit bootstrap paradoxy in the fact that, you know, that the exact specifics of this are happening because he's seen the exact specifics of these. But it's it loops into it's a fairly stable loop.
Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is like a bullet from a slingshot.
How do you do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
Wait, a crisis?
You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Oh, she has the knife! She's gonna kill Sigma! She's gonna go after Sigma to make Sigma go back! The sooner the words out of my mouth. No, to attack Phi! Stream and left toward them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving towards Phi's chest. It was almost there. And when I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize it was Akane's body lying on top of me. Just my neck to look around. There was an old tombstone. A few words written in Latin. Tu fui, ego eris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. If we fail the mission, the time machine of this game needs to be built. Oh, right. We gotta... There's a... Is that it? Or is there more? Is there more final ending? I bet. Isn't there? I bet there... Do we got our final post-credits scene? Yoshiko Sakibara. Wait, Akane, 22 years old. We didn't hear young Akane talk, did we? Did we? I don't... Epilogue and a bonus scene for getting all the gold files. What do you know? I did that. So I guess I'll just be here through the credits. I do wish they could run a little quicker, though. Because I'd hate to... Because on one hand, we've just got these credits, this credit roll, then the last final scenes to run through. But I kinda gotta go to the bathroom again. Or did I even go? Actually, no, I didn't even go once during the stream, right? I only stepped away because to check on my dad. They'll probably run for a few minutes. I think I got a second. I think I probably hop out and then be back in time. I'll leave you guys with the credits and this. Oh, thank goodness it didn't keep going. There we go. Okay, cool. Whoa, way in the beginning. Way at the start. April 13th, 2029. Oh, let me... Thank you. Thank you for the Kiryu. No, so here's our last final... No, I don't. Oh, wait. Alright, chat delay. Right. Okay, headquarters. April 13th, 2029. Oh boy. It's not good out there.
Today is April 13th, 2029. And this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
Oh no! Damn, really got us with the Damn, she really got us with the Dwyer there, huh? I hate that I learned about him. I hate that I hate that I was able to make a reference to that, huh? The roar of static filled the entire room. With a click, it disappeared too. The power gone out. Sigma, your TV sucks shit, bro. You. Akane! Akane was here. Akane was behind the mask again. Well, wait, no. I think. Still.
It looks like the first step was successful.
God, I was right. I was right. Hey, what? I was like, hey, why is it? I don't think we heard young Akane talk. And what do you know? It's a big. It's like having Big Boss in the credits of Metal Gear Solid 3. And then it was, you know, and it's like, huh? But Big Boss wasn't in this game. And then they do the Big Boss scene, you know. True. What the fuck? You killed me.
Killed?
I guess technically you're gonna kill me 45 years from now, but
hey,
still.
No need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
Classic blood play.
Yes, you and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and
yes,
Phi?
I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump.
Oh, right. What's Phi doing? What's Phi up to right now?
Now, you know what happens next, right?
Will you go to the moon?
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle.
What's up?
Only a few last-minute checks and additions.
You got a question?
You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
How did she know to kidnap Sigma, Alice, and Clover? Huh. Oh.
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there? Yep, Phi. Kinda stabbed herself when she fell on top of Sig. Oh. Maybe. Maybe she swapped it for a fake knife. Maybe she's dead on top of it. On top of a dead old man inside old man Sigma. Maybe maybe she just, you know, didn't hit herself.
We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are.
Oh, really?
And she still is.
So we have that means he froze her, the point C. After you froze her, the point C of her jumped back into her body?
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod.
Okay.
She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Right, the Phi that followed us. And then she'll jump back. It went to, followed us, went back here. And then she'll come back to the start. Come back, and then, okay. I'm kind of losing it a little bit. But she was frozen, and that's why she's not old. Why don't you stick me in one of those pods?
You can't do that. You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines.
Among?
Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph.
I had to get at least one bonk in here.
And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin.
Ooh, you got a busy 45 years ahead of you, Sigma.
January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then you can change history. You think I can keep this virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Why not you, Akane?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your
help.
help.
She's more of a... I need a goddamn week to get to the test site. Well, they better get rushing. Oh, with I don't know. I hope maybe at some point in those 45 years, he'll be taking some firearms training or some or martial arts or something to be able to fight his way in there. You know.
What do you mean?
He's got to learn all the science in less than 45 years and then build it up. Oof. Fine, I jumped to point A. What are we going to do then?
We'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
No, great. So we gotta go. You're telling me I have to do a whole nother game?
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility.
Yeah, it's hard to... becoming the world's leading authority on artificial intelligence and genetic engineering in a 45-year time span, it kind of leaves little time for anything other than your work, I'd imagine.
Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait, how do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
Yeah, he had to do the cloning work first to get Kyle up, and then he has to do all of his artificial intelligence, probably also some fine-tuning to the genetic engineering just to be sure, you know. There's a lot. There's that, planning out all the puzzles, or planning out / remembering the puzzles.
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point. A woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
Oh yeah, there we go. That explains why Sigma is like this. That's gonna hurt. Oh! we already been there. Oh, God. A low rumble shook the building. That'd be the bombs, huh? Or the factories.
Go have a look.
The reactor. Oh, no. In color, a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky. Would I really be able to? Would we be able to change the course of history? It's the wrong way to look at it. Couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. Stare at the darkening skies above us. Steel myself. I would succeed. Damn, they really gotta hit the. They really hit this ending hard, huh? End or beginning? Okay, is that it? I feel like there's something I missed. Do I have to maybe let's go in here and read the files, I suppose. I'm looking at my Steam, and it says I'm missing 2 achievements.
We're under attack.
Curb! Hi, Curb. How you doing? Great to see ya. Literal end of the game. I'm pretty sure I got all the golds. The only thing I could think of is that I think one of them I went on easy. But I hope you everyone's have a good time. Let me check, what were you up to, Curb? Hey, have a nice stream? I hope you had a good stream. I love that pop emote. It's very good. Yeah, I guess we could just go there. Let's try that. Let's just try hitting that. But hi everybody, I'm Pokey. I've been playing this Virtue's Last Reward here, which is quite the involved and complicated visual novel. We're at the literal ending. We're at the part where we're just basically cleaning up what's left here. Let's see. So, and that means for now, we need to do the archives, which thankfully we can it's just as simple as just punching in the password. Let's see if this is what's missing. I wish I could skip. Oh, you drew Kirby! That's awesome! Man, I should do Kirby. I should draw some Kirby's or play Kirby. Get more Kirby hype. Everyone loves his new game. A what? I have to put in the secondary password? Didn't I get them all? Let's see, after the second round of the AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover as a solo was heard to say the following to Tenyoji, your opponent. What the heck do you mean with all that? It's not fair. So you know the truth that I... So what Tenyoji said to her? Same thing he meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was, and this simple fact shook her resolve, which made her vote ally. It probably hadn't been his original intention to betray her, but after thinking of Quark's safety, he felt he had no choice and picked betray. A can stand for after and before, but also stand for Amna and body. Everything that happened in this facility was part of the AB project. So, who was Phi? There are a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. If we're allowed to make a sequel, which we have. There's something about the passwords. The passwords, they aren't just gibberish. There's something hidden in each one. I could give you one hit, +1. There's a lot more to the story, but I think we'll stop the secret archives here. Thank you for playing, and we hope you enjoyed the game. So you want me to put in the archive pat, what was it, sun, moon, sun, star? Yeah. True, yeah. It wasn't the it was on the Vita, wasn't it? And I think then they ported the Well, that one's done on hard. I like the idea, the concept that I could just leave the whole game on skip. So hey, if you haven't been reading haven't been here for Virtue's Last Reward with the rest of us, just read this all in slow motion, and you'll be fine. You'll be all caught back up with what you've missed.
Sigma, what about you? Did you find anything?
Was there any that I didn't get on hard? Let's see. Hard. I did Q on hard. Freeze the soul. Oh, wait. Wait, hang on. No? But a single novel section has been added to the bottom right under the icon of Phi's ending. What? I don't see that. Okay. There is one escape room I didn't clear on hard, it seems. Let's double check them. Ah! There it is. There's the son of bitch. There's the problem one. Anyways, the bomb 0 translates to my brother, Crash Keys, Freeze a Soul, and Myrmidons, with a +1 Caesar shuffle, I think, isn't it, right? Is that the code, or what they call that code? Okay. Simple. It's just a spam text, nothing to worry about. Okay. Moon, sun, star. Rot 1, yep. Rot 1 is, if you know to look for it, it's not the hardest to crack by just looking at it, but it's also, then you could also, you're then presuming whoever's trying to crack it doesn't just know. Alright, input device. And finally, the key. Okay, I just missed one I just forgot to go back for one easy mode, assuming that it didn't matter. What are you doing? Please hurry up and unlock the door. Yeah, it's an anti-annihilation reactor. The big annihilation reactor that, if it went up, it would be a big nuke. It's a big problem. If anybody wants to cause a problem. Alright. Now is that the last one?
An ambidextrous gate has been opened.
One more? Really? I could have sworn I did them all, almost all of them on hard. Oh! Oh! Oh, I see. I've actually missed quite a few, a decent number of them. A decent number of them I forgot to go back and punch them in. Again, assuming it wasn't actually a factor in the game, you know. It's kind of arbitrary, honestly. Yeah, that's what we thought. Star, moon. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing this map quite a few times, aren't we, huh? I like this track. It's a pretty good music track. They got pretty good music in this game. But I still think my favorite track among the series has got to be the one from the last room that they play in the last rooms of 999 that uses the sample of the bow, the arrow being shot from a bow. That was cool. And the way it echoes, it's just got a really cool dramatic sound. Okay, blah blah blah. Skip. Dio opened the door because he's a huge asshole. Rec room. I don't want to leave this without getting the platinum, so to speak. Especially when I'm so close. Where's the safe? Speed run. Look for the speed running, looking for the safe. Found it. Moon, star, sun. Alright, map. Last time we see this stupid map, with any luck. Oh yeah, I think the rec wasn't it the rec room where I was having enough trouble having no, it was the pantry. It was the pantry where I kept accidentally backing out of the whole puzzle, and so it was just threatened to just outright do the puzzle for me. And that was lame. I mean, for somebody that really can't do it, I suppose it's useful. Achievement unlocked. Escapist. Not like escapist, as in somebody who escapes, or, escapist fantasy, but EST, as if, most escape. There we go. We finally got there. There's the last piece of the story. Gosh, we sure did, huh? 4 hours off of just this one last ending.
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Oh.
Kyle.
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
You think they give a warning? No. You gotta be gaming constantly. Lurched upright, jumped out of the bed, and ran around the other side of the partition. Mirror on the side was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it with my sleeve, and the selection shittered back at me. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to...
Climb.
Huh! Kyle has a voice.
So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
Excellent question. One I didn't know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Klein was. In other history, he'd been called K and wore a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in the history, though. He wore it all his life. I love baby plushie Lagomorph. Oh my god, the bunny was not a joke either. So the Lagomorph is literally based on Kay's childhood toy. Oh my god, you can't see it, but I'm grabbing my forehead with that realization of that's probably literal also. Kyle had been born and raised on this lunar installation called Rhizome 9. Yeah, we saw some toys of it. Akane appeared as a mother figure and consequently grown attached to him. I'd known everything about him, but even though I knew it, didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Klein? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. A spitting image of Sigma Klein in his younger days. Look down. Dio's handcuffed.
What day is today?
Yeah.
January 27th, 2074.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi.
It sure didn't look like she.
I've been asleep?
It sure didn't look like if she hit him with the butt.
About 5 hours in real time.
Yeah, how do you know
For
these
him,
things,
it would've seemed
Kyle?
like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral.
Okay, good. Everyone's been given
It just takes a while to
antivirus.
have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes,
Why am I here?
the doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Right?
Yes, but how do you know that?
How do you know
Dio
this,
seems to have
Kyle?
remained unconscious.
Yes, I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Cool, we get to see what everybody's doing, huh?
Oh, right. Mr. Klein.
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
Only semi-canon? That's a shame.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return then? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klein now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Okay, well, I'll make sure. That's interesting.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why go back to Earth?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way.
Damn, so true.
Hell, nature doesn't work that way.
I mean, yeah, Ushikoshi, didn't he, has moved on. It's doing other stuff. Didn't he just, is it, what was it? World's End Club? That's Uchikoshi's, right? Yeah, that's a game by him. Yeah, there's AI the Somnium Files and World's End Club, which I'll probably get to sometime later.
Following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway.
I'm sorry, Tenmyoji. You're gonna have. I won't be able to focus because your metaphor started off way too awesome. Yeah! Ride or die!
Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. Let's go northwest, he says. So they take the northwestern road. But about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane.
Okay, this
plows
metaphor
through
got
bikers.
worse. That's
90 of
horrible.
them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his
Okay, you're kind
consciousness
of-
thrown back in time.
Kind of threw in
He
that.
ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction.
Wow, how
He
miraculous.
remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after.
Hooray!
That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Oh. Oh, I see where you're going with this.
Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past?
Oh, I see where you're going here.
It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child.
While continuing to drive for 10,000 miles.
Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt.
Huh.
Isn't that worth something?
So you're saying...
Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to?
So you're saying
really
you
any
think that
point to
the...
a world
So
where
you're saying
everything's
multiverse
happy?
theory.
Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it.
Yeah, no, it's good. It kind of felt a little weird of going through the bringing bikers time travel mines, but no, it went back. Yeah, no, it literally is, but still.
Are you saying that's worthless? If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept that, all right? You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Oh, then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Aw, that's
Thanks, kid.
nice.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Vi, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see him again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
No point saying anything to Dio.
True.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Kyle seems interesting. He is, you know, we haven't seen off of what we've seen of him, you know, both in the armor and here, he's an interesting man. He's kind of, you know, he's thoughtful.
Sorry,
He's
but we didn't really know much about you.
He's fairly thoughtful and empathetic, it seems.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course, he is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him.
Damn.
Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, She might not even be human anymore.
Okay, wow, you're taking it a bit far there, but true.
But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
Damn. Sorry to hear that, Junpei. That's rough.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns.
Not even really important ones either.
Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand, but...
Kinda sucks, though.
Yeah?
I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
Well, technically, how would they want it to happen? Because who's to say that this history wasn't supposed to?
We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
Yep.
You told us about Tenmyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here.
There's theories that Akane has like a twisted point of view. She sees all timelines or whatever.
Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But
it's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now.
She was Zero or an assistant twice. Yeah, she's been dealing... Akane has not been having a good lot in life. Even outside of the Nonary game, what with all of her beloved rabbits getting slaughtered by the nasty little boys.
And what about our friends
the nasty
and families?
high schoolers? Junior high kids? Point is upperclassmen.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah. It's a little bit much.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Oof.
Yes, you're right.
That's
but
rude.
This is different.
Different? How so?
At this point, she's master manipulating time and people to get her desires. They're trying to save herself and get the save world from all... Yeah, but still.
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have two Clovers and two Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How so? What?
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's
cat.
What?
Oh, hey, Kyle. Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway.
Schrodinger's cat, huh?
He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind.
This whole this last segment has been 20 minutes itself. This is crazy.
Questions, but I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have.
Anyone
other than Kyle.
What? Come on. What the fuck?
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Oh, right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure.
Oh god, you're doing this bit again.
And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man
or Aquaman or
Merman
Wayman or Wolfman.
I'm not a Brahmin or common or ramen.
God, you're
I'm not a
really
king
doing this
either,
whole
so
bit
you really don't
again.
need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct?
Which means that there's now
Specifically,
a
you were
5
sent
from the
to
pre.
point D, April 13th, 2029.
So that means it's a different 5,
On
right?
that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep.
So wait, is this the cold sleep Vi in
You wouldn't
here?
have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out. Even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out.
A post E5. Okay.
Sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Fortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from point E, you headed straight to point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods.
Oh.
Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places. You moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor.
This is such a complicated. It's so weird to keep track of the consciousness.
Comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
Okay, cool. If it's taken you 3.5 months, do you think you could simplify it down to a couple minutes?
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation.
Is that right?
Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared.
I'm losing it.
That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared.
This is definitely math.
We're going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1.
Right.
Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2.
Oh, okay. C squared. Okay. I understand the math a bit now.
You see what I'm saying? In most situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
You have to buy the other game to find out.
How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E.
Right.
In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red.
Okay.
The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, and that reality will disappear.
Oh, you'll collapse the reality out of existence.
You understand?
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
Because you'll collapse this reality into a certainty.
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Climb. Your body is Kyle's.
Oh,
but
no.
Your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle?
Specifically blackboxing who
Or
Kyle
could you be
is?
someone else entirely.
Then where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
Oh, I do like the switch to a question mark for the
He
name.
was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, his consciousness has gone into a body from that time.
Another Sigma? I don't know.
He raised him on his own.
Some sort of weird split in which Sigma either went into himself in the future or went into Kyle, maybe? I don't know.
Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here?
No.
I know what I told the others, that Kyle was but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen,
So Kyle went back. It went back. It also went back, but I'm not sure who it went for. It came here then.
And that is why he created him?
I still think, again, maybe another Sigma. I don't know.
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the Doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D.
There it is.
That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2020.
An artificial intelligence?
Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
Huh.
I suppose you could put it that way.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that enters a closed system.
Interesting.
As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too.
I can't tell the player because then they won't buy the sequel. Oh, that's a funny way.
You are about to go into the past and save the world. Vi and Sigma. Even with all that only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
I could buy question mark being the player or something along those lines.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth?
Then buy Zero Time Dilemma coming out 4 years from now.
Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe.
Believe that the sequel will be
Reality
greenlit.
shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality?
That is the That's the strangest, most scientific way of, you know, arguing for free will I've ever heard. And that's fun. I like that, you know? Damn, that's good. That's pretty good. I like it. You don't typically hear that in some sort of sci-fi way of thought of, you know?
The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine.
Please send Kotaro Ushikoshi some ideas for the sequel, though. He's hit a bit of a writer's block.
Remember what I've told you. Only you can change history.
Or write fan fiction.
Only you can save the world.
That can work too. That tacked on an extra half hour. Wow. Alternative. And achievement unlocked. You found it! We totally did it. We found it after only 40.5 hours of play. Which I hear is slightly above average. Whatever. Drop plot point. Oh, I'm glad to be done. That was fun. Yeah, that kind of felt, I mean, even without me, that felt like if any of those would have gone nowhere, that it would be that one. And not to judge, but like, I don't know. That just feels like the one that's easiest to ignore, you know? To not pretend like it didn't happen. Let's see. Who's streaming right now? Who's up? I sworn. Is she up? Now we're gonna raid Melody. I haven't raid. We're gonna raid Melody. Melody Burst. Go say hi. Any ideas of fun? Any clues of something to say as we jump in, or do you want to just jump in there? She's playing Gacha Force, and that's a cool game. Where you get a bunch of toys, like a toy third-person shooter, if you get them from a gachapon. Pretty cool. I can't think of anything fun to send as a phrase. Just go say hi. Go be friendly, okay? Nah, that's not. Nah. Let's just go say hi, and I'll see you all later. Have a great night and a better day or afternoon and a better tomorrow, and I'll see you later. Bye.